Thank you very much. Welcome everybody to the Provincial Métis Council meeting of February 23rd. My name is John Lagemodier. I'm going to be chairing the meeting today. Welcome to all our friends that are online. I just want to start by saying that the Métis Nation-Saskatchewan acknowledges that the MNS office in Le Magasin in Ottawa is located on the unceded, unsurrendered territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation. We recognize the Algonquin Anishinaabe as the original stewards of this land and honor their enduring presence, governance, and relationship to this territory since time immemorial. As the government of the Métis Nation within Saskatchewan, we come to this place as visitors and partners. Our presence here reflects the historic and ongoing relationships among Indigenous nations and our shared responsibilities to advance reconciliation, mutual respect, and cooperation. We offer our gratitude to the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation for the opportunity to carry out our work on their territory and reaffirm our commitment to working together in the spirit of nation-to-nation relations. Now, with that, I'd like to again get started in a really good way with a prayer from our Levium Mon Leona.
Could everybody stand if you don't? You can remove your hats. First, before we say our prayer, I'd like to welcome everybody here and having me here as an elder for you. But I'd also like to mention that Pine House has had a struggle. They're facing its community with 3 losses here in the last little while, and it's quite painful when it comes to losing loved ones. And we'd like to thank the Canadians' safe return from Mexico after what's going on there. And finally, I'm a little disappointed, but the Olympic men's team placed second, so I'm okay with that. We got a silver. But we'll bow our heads. We'll say the Lord's Prayer, as it's the strongest prayer of the heart. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. God bless the meeting and may it be fruitful.
Thank you.
Okay. And I'd like to make a special mention to our colleague, Mr. Ryan Carrier. He lost his dad a couple days ago. And on behalf, he wanted me to mention that to keep his family and his prayers for strength, comfort during this difficult time. So to his mom, Frida, Naomi, who was also my good friend, and his nephew, Bo, I'd like to give them strength. So if we could all pray for him. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Yeah, it's quite the loss. Okay, folks, we'll start up with the roll call here. So if you're present online, be prepared to have your microphone on, but we'll start. President Glenn McCallum.
Here.
Vice President Michelle Leclerc. Secretary Marlene Hanson. Treasurer Jeremy Denemy.
Present.
Northern Region 1, Laura Burnoff.
Here.
Northern Region 2, Leonard Montgrand. Not online. Northern Region 3, Brendan Morasti. He's here. He's just, oh, there he is. Okay. I see you, Brennan. Thank you. Ryan Lee Carrier, Eastern Region 1, we send our thoughts and prayers to his family. Marilyn Eckert, on behalf of Brent Dignas, Eastern Region 2.
Here.
Thank you. Darcy Lepwick, Eastern Region 2A.
Here.
Eastern Region 3, Mark Friesen. Western Region 1, Loretta King.
Good morning.
Western Region 1A, Billy Kennedy. I see he's online. Billy?
I'm here.
Thank you. Western Region 2A, Beverly Fullerton.
Here.
Youth President, Rachel Heiser.
Present.
Thank you. Interim Women's President, Darlene Langen.
Here.
Thank you, Darlene. All right, so we have 14. Thank you very much. So now we'll get into the approval of the agenda. Is there any changes, additions? Minister Friesen.
Thank you, Chair. Can you just?
Yeah.
I would like to change number 8, bring it up to the agenda, the financial policies, and move the presentation of the operating budget after lunch, please.
Okay, so swap 8 for number 7, basically?
Yes, that's
Or,
correct.
sorry, 8 resolutions continued. 8.2.
Yes, correct.
Okay, so move 8.2 up instead of number 7,
Right.
and then the budget after the resolutions. Everybody okay with that? I need a motion to accept that. Or no, who did the motion to for the agenda? Okay, Vice President Leclerc, second. Youth President Rachel. Okay, so are you okay with the agenda being changed? Is there something about
Yes,
Yeah.
I'd like to move in camera first thing
once
this
the
morning,
agenda
please.
is done?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. You're good with the agenda change, Youth President? Okay, thank you. Any other cares, questions, concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Okay, so moved. So with that, we will now move in camera for that discussion. Safely in camera. All right, welcome back. Thank you to the folks that tuned in online for your patience while we had a very important, fulsome discussion in camera. So now we'll get back to the agenda as it is, and we will begin with opening remarks from President Glenn McCallum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tiniganos kawitap mi aki o tahtungan tuhtami. Thanks for joining us, all the people that are on live stream. Thanks for joining us, and our council members that are joining us online. Thank you, and the people that are sitting around this table. And the prayer that our elder did. Thank you, Leonie. For the prayer, which was a great prayer, and the things that we're going through as individuals in our regions and as a province. We lost quite a few people within the last couple weeks, and we always acknowledge that importance of how they were connected to us and our relationship with them. And but we send our condolences to the families that might be listening in. Our prayers are with you from the nation itself and from the members of your council. And we'll continue doing that. And if anybody ever wants to share in regards to the loss that you have, forward it to our headquarters and to your government. And we'll mention with the prayers that we do, we'd like to do that on an ongoing basis. So with that, from Ottawa, we sit, and we're actually sitting in our office. You know, from the years that I've been with our government, I've seen the fast moving forward pieces that are going real smoothly sometimes, but not too smooth in some areas with the federal government. To be able to be in the space that is occupied by leaders from across Canada, it's always nice to be able to have our office and to be able to connect on an ongoing basis, nurture along the files that we have. I'm very excited about that. I've watched ourselves in the last close to 9 years now in regards to how much sometimes we struggle to be able to be heard here in Ottawa. But with this move that we've made, with the great work of our staff, it's here now. With the support of the council in regards to what we've been doing, we'll update you more in regards to the files we have when our spring assembly happens. But at the same time, probably now can start bringing in some key ministers from the federal government and the province to be able to have a conversation with you at the assembly, and so that they can give you an update in regards to what their thoughts are in regards to the strong relationship that we've built with the federal government, provincial government, industry, institutions, and especially our citizens of the province of Saskatchewan. So we had a very good meeting. You're very patient individuals that are watching and waiting for us, and sometimes we do have to go into camera, in camera, I should say, to be able to speak about the things that are urgent, but more importantly, in regards to having that, continuing to build that strong voice as your government. And so we do those things, and it's all good. And you'll get to hear it after, and not necessarily the in camera, but more importantly, the results of the in camera in regards to where we're going as far as the files that we represent. So I look forward to that good meeting. Let's have a very good meeting. Let's show our people that we're together on things that we're doing, and to be able to move forward in a very good way, so that we're doing, every time we meet, we do business, move forward in business, and our people want to hear, and the people that are listening want to hear in regards to the great progress that we're making and continuing to make. With that, Mr. Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you, President McCallum. And I just want to note that our friend from Northern Region 2, Leonard Montgrand, has joined the meeting, now bringing our numbers to 15. All right. So now we'll get into number 6, consent agenda items, approval of recording secretary Carrie Peacock, and review and approval of January 2026 PMC meetings. Could I have a motion to approve the consent agenda? Minister Friesen.
I so move.
Minister Burnoff, so second. Any cares, questions, concerns? Youth
Yes.
President.
Thank you. In the minutes on page 9, there are some things that may not be accurate in my opinion and interpretation. And I was wondering if we can pull the minutes out of the consent agenda or just approve them knowing that some changes will be made to them.
What are the changes in particular, Minister or
Yes.
Youth President?
Yeah, so there was the inclusion of the Provincial Métis Youth Council President travel budget in our capacity. That's not accurate. The youth president, being our representative on the PMC, that my travel budget comes out of the PMC, just like everyone else. It doesn't come out of my capacity budget.
Okay, so
my
that's an
council.
error in the minutes that
Correct.
says that?
Yes.
Okay, so can we have that corrected, Carrie? Okay.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
And then another one was saying that we were going to hold further discussions regarding the provincial.
Excuse me, I can't hear nothing over.
Okay.
Yeah, pull the mic closer if you can.
Can you hear me now?
The volume is gone again.
Can you turn on that mic? Maybe this one's not working. Hello? Is this working now?
Try.
Is it working now?
Can you hear her now? Can you hear her now? Youth President, speak.
Hello?
Very low.
Yeah, speak right to it.
Can you hear me now? Okay, so another one was in the minutes it says holding further discussions regarding the Provincial Métis Youth Council structure, including the allocation and the number of regional reps. There was discussion talking about changing council composition and saying that was changed without approval from the PMC, where it has actually been approved by the PMC. In the consent agenda under the election rules on June 25th. And then it was also a motion made and it was carried on March 18th. So I would like that to be reflected in the minutes, that I'm not changing the council composition, that it's already been approved by the PMC before.
Okay, thank you, Youth President. So, Carrie, are you able to amend that or take note on that? Okay, good. Minister Fullerton.
Getting quite a few messages coming in that the microphones are echoing and not picking up, folks. I'm wondering if we just need a quick IT check.
Okay, it might be because they might be able to.
They had 2 mics on at once.
We did it. It could also be on this right there, and the mic being left on this.
Okay, so thank you for that. We will work to address it, hopefully fix it. And can you take the consent agenda motion down from the screen, please? The vote poll. Okay, so we had a motion and a seconder with the changes made by Youth President. Mover and seconder, you're okay with those corrections? Okay, thank you very much. So all in favor? Everyone here, yes, online, people? Okay, the thumbs up actually doesn't work for me, folks. So if you could raise your hand, press the raise your hand button for online, just so we can have. Okay, so all in favor except for one opposed. Okay, thank you. So now we will go into resolution number 8 with the amended agenda, and that's the governance finance policies. So I will read in the motion and then we'll have a discussion. Governance finance policies. Whereas the Métis Nation-Saskatchewan MNS recognizes the distinctiveness of Métis identity, culture, values, and language, inclusive of knowledge keepers, Katayak, Le Vieux Monde, the elders or the old ones or elders, youth, women, and distinctive resources, which is incorporated into proposals and decisions of the Provincial Métis Council, PMC. Whereas As the government grows, it requires strong, clear, and contemporary governance financial policies to effectively support and guide MNS. Whereas MNS engaged MNP, a national accounting firm, to support the development of financial policies that meet best practice standards and uphold the principles of consistency, transparency, and accountability in MNS financial management. Whereas MNP conducted a comprehensive gap analysis and identified financial policies requiring development to support government growth, fiscal health, and sound financial accountability and management. Whereas MNP consultants delivered a suite of draft financial policies that provide MNS with a solid foundation for managing a growing government. Whereas MNS convened an internal working group to review the draft financial policies and implement revisions to ensure alignment with MNS governance structures, legislation, and operational realities. Whereas the PMC held a workshop on December 16, 2025, to review and discuss the draft delegation of authority policy, investments policy, and banking policy. Whereas the MNS Finance Policy Working Group incorporated the feedback gathered during the December workshop and completed corresponding revisions across the draft policies. Whereas on January 20, 2026, the Minister of Finance, Chief Operating Officer, COO, and Director of Finance presented the Governance Finance Policy PMC review and approvals process to the PMC, and subsequently provided the full set of 6 draft policies to the PMC on January 29, 2026. Whereas the PMC convened on February 4, 2026 for a second workshop to review and discuss all 6 governance finance policies listed below: delegation of authority policy, investments policy, banking policy, annual financial cycle policy, capital asset policy, long-term debt policy. Whereas on February 4, 2026, the PMC held a fulsome and productive discussion on all 6 policies and concluded the workshop ahead of schedule, having addressed all questions raised. Whereas the Minister of Finance and COO provided additional time until February 6, 2026 for PMC members to submit further questions or requests for clarification via email to ensure the policies could be finalized and compiled into a comprehensive policy manual for review at the next PMC meeting. Whereas this suite of governance finance policies forms the foundational framework for accountability, transparency, and effective financial management across the government of MNS, and whereas the Finance Committee, having reviewed and approved the 6 draft financial policies on February 12, 2026, recommended that the following policies be presented to the PMC for approval at its duly convened meeting on February 23, 2026. Delegation of authority policy, investments policy, banking policy, annual financial cycle policy, capital asset policy, long-term debt policy. Therefore, be it resolved that the PMC, on recommendation of the Finance Committee, approves the following governance finance policies attached as Annex A: delegation of authority policy, investments policy, banking policy, annual financial cycle policy, capital asset policy, long-term debt policy. Dated this 23rd day of February 2026, moved by Minister Marg Friesen, Eastern Region 3, seconded by Minister Brennan Morasti, Northern Region 3. Minister Friesen, still so moved.
I so move, and I'd like to speak to it, please.
Thank you. Minister Morasti, still so second.
I still so second, Mr. Chair, and would also like to make comments.
Thank you. So we will go to comments now. Minister Friesen, then Morasti.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, bon matin, everyone online and my colleagues here around the Provincial Métis Council table. We're a cozy bunch here this morning. So I just want to refer to the resolution. We've had very fulsome discussion on these policies, and I think they reflect our growing government. We've enhanced some of the policies, and we've included some new policy. As the resolution suggested, M&P was consulted to review our existing internal controls with finance and recommended and suggested, which we'll follow through with, on a number of policies that either need to be enhanced or included. So I'm very happy that this closes the gap with our policy suite with finance, and I am in favor of the resolution. Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Friesen. Minister Muraski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my colleague, Minister of Finance, Mark Friesen. Thank you to our elder for this morning's prayer, and welcome to all those online. Thank you for taking the time to join us. As the minister responsible for self-determination and self-government, I wholeheartedly and fully support these types of policies because it's about us strengthening our government, our structures, and it's important work that we have upon us, and it's a major responsibility. So, as we all know, there's the do's and the don'ts in fiscal responsibility. Some of us have learned harsh lessons, and we bring that forward to this table so that it doesn't happen again. And I'm very honored and proud to be the seconder to this motion and be a part of the government that makes this happen. So I so second. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Are there any questions or comments regarding the policies? Secretary Hansen. Microphone.
Secretary Hansen. I would like to welcome everybody online also, and thank you for taking the time to listen to the PMC. I just want to speak to the resolution in regards to the policies. I totally agree that we definitely need policies 100%, and I don't think there's one person out there that doesn't agree that we don't need policies. It strengthens our government, and it makes us a lot stronger. However, I'm going to speak against the resolution, not because I don't agree with the policies, but just because of the process. And to be passing all of the policies like this all at once is, for myself anyway, is a bit confusing. We did go over the policies, and I didn't really, the process didn't work for me. We met in a workshop, and the discussions were minimal. And then we were to have a discussion in regards to calling in to the minister to have more discussion. So it's not that I didn't go through them and that they're not strong. I just have a lot more questions. I think a lot more discussion could take place. There's like what as I was going through them, I found that there was no checks and balances, or not that there was no checks and balances, but the checks and balance that we have are really, I found myself, are weak. So, and just making sure that the process is strong for all of us as a government, because, and I also asked for the manual, the financial manual, and I did have a conversation with Matt. I went online and I could not find it. I went online and I was searching and searching. Just, it's so important to be able to have that cross reference, even though these policies, from my understanding, are all new. It would have been nice to be able to have something to cross reference with what we do have to date. And like I said, not that I'm against the policies, I'm just would have liked more discussion around them too, so I could feel really comfortable, especially with passing all of them at once. Like there's 2, 4, 6 here, so that's a lot to be passing all at once. So just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. Minister Friesen, then Vice President Leclerc.
Thank you, Chair. Just to address your comments, Secretary Hansen. The manual that you speak of, there is no manual online. This is our manual. Like these policies are our internal financial policies, and there is checks and balances. So I want to ask you, which policy is weak? Because we've discussed these policies at length, and this is the suite of financial policies that have been suggested or recommended by a national auditing firm. So they've been considered. And I agree that with the growth of our government, it has taken some time to circle back to the policies that reflect the growth of our government. And at the time, we implemented financial controls that were effective. Now, with the growth of our government and moving into self-government, we need to tighten up and amend those policies so that they're stronger, and they're reflective of who we are as a government and how we operate and how we manage fiscal finances. So I'm a little concerned that you still have questions. When we workshop these policies, we workshop them in depth, and at that time, we had provided opportunity for feedback prior to this meeting, prior to us resolving and in agreement to implement. And the workshop was we offered a whole day, and there was no questions that came forward on any of the policies. So I'm concerned that you still feel that we haven't done enough to inform the Provincial Métis Council on this suite of policies. So I want to reassure you that there's nothing in here that we haven't considered or that we haven't had feedback. We've listened to our financial advisors and with our senior management in our Department of Finance. It's very reflective of and responsive to how we do business today with the Ministry of Finance and to manage our fiscal agreements with Canada and with others. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Yeah, quick response there.
Thank you, Minister. I'm not disagreeing with the policies, for sure not. We all really need we need policies, and like you said, there's no policy or manual that was online, and that was not the information that I received. So I was told to look online because I wanted to cross-reference, because this is not my strength for sure. And all I'm saying is I did check. In fact, the majority of all of them were weak. So all I'm saying is it would be nice to have for myself anyway, because I was at all of the one session or the two sessions, which were on different ones. And I think you're quite aware that I was the one that was asking most of the questions. So, um, I'm not, like I said, I'm not against the policies, for sure not. I just feel that it would be to be able to have a discussion with where they're weak and have more discussion around there, to make sure the checks and balances are there, because just for our own purposes as a PMC. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Friesen, then Vice President Leclerc, Minister Fullerton, and
Thank you,
Treasurer Denton.
Secretary Hansen, for the clarification. And I would like to be clear as well. The policies are not weak. You referred to the process. So could we do a better job at workshopping the policies? Perhaps. We had provided sufficient time and then having that time to ask the questions, review the policies is something that we not only welcome, but we recommend because it reflects the entire government. It's just not financial policies. It's not just Ministry of Finance. It's the entire government. So we need to be very clear on what we are suggesting and recommending. However, I will reiterate the policies are not weak. They're very comprehensive. Process you referred to, you know, respectfully, I disagree. However, there's opportunity for discussion on that. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Vice President Leclerc.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hopefully everybody can hear me. I'm going to speak in favor of this resolution. And those of us that have been around for some time, I applaud the PMC and the work that's been done with respect to developing policy. One of the things I want people to remember is that policy, legislation, all of those things are living documents, and they can be changed as the landscape of our financial situation or whatever it is, whether it's constitutional reform. As the landscape changes, so does policy. It's necessary. And we had January 20th, January 26th, January 29th. We went through these policies and were given an opportunity until February 4th to change it. And I remember, Minister, when we were going through and there was some comments about the policies, you had spoke about, well, we can change that. I know that, Matt, that there was changes made to the policies during the time that we workshopped them. And so I speak in favor of this policy. And getting back to what I was saying, we need to have these kinds of policies to keep, accountability, transparency, all of those kinds of things. If they need to change, that's our responsibility as elected leaders to change them. And so with that, I want to commend the Finance Committee and this table for adopting, I think, some really strong policy that, as I say, can be changed as the landscape of our government changes. And so those are my words of support.
Thank you, Vice President. Minister Fullerton. Microphone.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks. Yeah, so just listening and having unfortunately I missed the first workshop. I was able to sit in on the second one, and I do understand, where Secretary Hansen comes from, where this is a lot of information, a lot of processing. Some of us aren't, this isn't our realm of where we understand things, but I also do understand that, all of the colleagues around here, I'm listening to the folks who are in support of this. I'm just looking, my question is, this is a living document. The process hasn't changed if we, need to come back and amend or change or, put anything in. So I just want to confirm that there's no process change to, come back to that. I also know the importance of making sure that we have policies in place. I do have some concerns, but I feel that it would be more appropriate to have maybe one more workshop and table this to the next PMC where we could have this wholesome discussion. There are some questions I really would like to deep dive into this, or I trust my colleagues around the table, but I just have some, as we're moving forward and there are changes within our governance and we are needing to strengthen some areas in which we are. My hand was up to ask about tabling till next and offer one more workshop. Thank you.
Minister Friesen and Minister Marasty to speak to that.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister Fullerton, for your suggestion. However, in order for us to move along with our fiscal planning, we need to implement these policies, and I 100% agree with VP Leclerc that they are living documents and they're not embedded, they're not concrete, they are They can be flexible in accordance to how we grow and how things change with the fiscal landscape. So I'm suggesting that we move forward on the resolution to approve these policies so that they can preface preface our fiscal financing agreement. And it's not really going to change things if we approve them today or approve them at a future meeting. So I'm requesting that approval be today. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we're going to go to Treasurer Denemy.
I guess I would say that in some of these meetings that we have is that they were online and that the attendance was not where I would like to have seen it and the input. And so I think that it should have been an in-person meeting, being that it's such an important thing, not taking away that we definitely need policies for sure. So these are, a massive shift from previous, so it's a very solid starting point. But, these are very significant governance changes. And, I would implore possibly taking these back to our councils because that's the step that was missed, so that we have some proper input. And that and this is not meant to delay, I guess, accountability, but if we can it's definitely strengthening the legitimacy and ensuring the people that we represent understand the rules we're adopting. But I'm just asking that if we could I guess review this package or make a commitment to review and address the certain concerns within certain policies, and bring it back with recommended amendments. So then we can update and approve it together. So I guess that's my recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Treasurer. Minister Friesen.
Thank you, Treasurer Denemy. It's great discussion. However, I will also press for approval on these policies today. As I mentioned, they are they're nothing new. They've been enhanced, and the only one that has, well, they've all been enhanced. There's nothing new other than clarifying investments in capital assets and long-term debt to enhance those policies, to consider the growth of our government, and also to consider where we're at in that landscape financially. I'm also going to defer to Matt to we explore these recommendations with the Provincial Métis Council because we are the governing body who implements policy and who actually makes policy. This is the table that develops those policies and how it's going to impact the government of Métis Nation-Saskatchewan. So I just want to defer to Matt where he can provide that insight for your suggestion about going back to locals. Thanks.
Thank you, Minister. Matt for Matt.
Yeah, so I guess what I could add is, so I agree with everything that VP had said earlier as well in terms of the fact that these policies can be changed by the PMC at any point. There's actually regular like review periods written into the policy, so they will be regularly reviewed and you can actually review them at any point. I did also want to clarify that the policies as they're presented, there are no major governance changes. If you look at them and then how things are being put forward in practice today, I would say that there's nothing that's going to fundamentally alter governance. The changes are very much the insertion of a few additional checks and balances, very procedural in nature, things like that. And so when we started this project in the spring of 2025, the review process, it was a fairly comprehensive review. So it was done through an internal group initially just to kind of identify what needed to be done. And then we quickly saw that, we hadn't overhauled them since 2021, early 2021. And so MNP was pulled in. They went through and said, for a government of your scope and scale, this is what it should look like. And so then we brought it back to I guess finance committee and the finance minister in November. And then the first workshop was actually December 18th, where we reviewed 3 of the policies. We reviewed the delegation of authority, banking, and investment, and then the January workshop and the February workshop were 2 follow-ups. And so all of the changes that were suggested in the workshops have been made to the policy to date. And we also had a feedback period for folks to send in feedback in between. And we didn't, I would say we got more feedback in the actual session than we did in follow-up in writing. But yeah, that's what I can confirm. Is that what you're looking for, Minister? Or okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my colleagues. And again, I stand with these policies, but I do see that I hear our colleagues, and I would like to, if our government, our staff can commit almost immediately at the next government day, if not PMC meeting, a workshop, further workshop to enhance the delegation of authorities and the oversight for PMC. What are our parameters? What are our overreaches? Who authorizes this travel budget or that travel budget? I think those have been some of the bumps and bruises on the road lately. And if we can have a workshop, commitment, immediate workshop to this, it'll generate better understanding. But again, I'm in favor of these policies for the sakes reasons stated earlier. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Treasurer Denemy.
I guess if that commitment is made, then I'd totally be in favor that if we're going to review and have this open air conversation of any concerns of whatever that any member has. I would definitely support the resolution as long as that commitment is made. Thank you.
Thank you, Treasurer. Matt has one last comment. Sorry.
Sorry, I just
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. And absolutely, we do support that, and that commitment is made.
Thank you, Minister Lepwick.
Thank you. Darcy Lepwick, Eastern Region 2A. I just wanted to make a comment that I have reviewed these policies with the Finance Committee, and I do approve of them. But just one thing, I guess, for non-compliance, under the capital asset policy under Section 11 authority, the wording is non-compliance may result in disciplinary action or withholding of reimbursement or as deemed appropriate by the government. Just because some of the citizens, not some, a lot of citizens want, accountability, and everyone should be responsible for their actions, including myself. If we could change that wording possibly to will result, instead of may.
Is that an easy amendment, Minister?
That is an easy amendment. Thank you, Minister Lepwick. We can make that change.
Thank you very much. Okay. Good catch. Thank you. Seeing no, La Femme de Métis Interim President Langen.
Thank you, Chair. So the way I'm understanding this, and correct me if I'm wrong, that if we approve this policies today, that there's nothing saying that it can't go back on to agenda at one of our PMC meetings to readdress.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Youth President Heiser.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was wondering if we could put an amendment in the resolution itself saying it needs to be reviewed within the next year. and that it's going to be brought to PMC, just so we have that solidified, so it's not just a verbal understanding. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, President, for your observation. The review is ongoing. I cannot give you a concrete schedule of when we will review internal policies. However, it is ongoing. If there is a significant change to our financial management or fiscal management, then of course we bring it back to the Provincial Métis Council, and then those policies have to reflect those significant changes. But till now, these are the policies that reflect our government and reflect the fiscal management. So I will commit to a review. Of course, we will commit to a review. However, I cannot give you a concrete schedule, but I will commit to the review. It might be annually, it might be semi-annually, it might be once we sign our internal fiscal finance agreement. It might, because there will be some significant changes. So we will inform colleagues here of when those changes need to be implemented with one policy or all policies. So that's my commitment. Yeah.
Thank you. Secretary Hansen had her hand, then Vice President Leclerc.
I'd just like to say thank you to the youth for the amendment. Like I said, I'm not against the policies for sure. I definitely agree that we need policies, and I think everybody here agrees with that. What I'd like to see in the amendment is, we could sit here and we can say, we're not sure when, so we can't commit. But I really think that we need to commit. If we could have a commitment, because we get caught up, we get really busy, and we get lost. And if we don't have a commitment on a certain follow-up, then it just passes by, and we forget about it, and then we get stuck and we get into a little bit of trouble, or so I will support the resolution if we have certain commitments with dates that will be reviewed and not wait until we get into hot water. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Friesen, to respond to that, then Vice President.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. In the policy documents itself, it says we will review every 2 years. We're committing to changing that to annually. However, like as suggested, I can't give you a concrete schedule as to when those reviews will be made. However, let's change the policy to reflect annually as opposed to every 2 years. That we can do, and that's what I'm committing to. That is the commitment to this Provincial Métis Council and to the government.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President Leclerc.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm a little confused because Treasurer Denemy had made the commitment to support the resolution if we were going to review the policy in the next little while. And so I'm wondering whether or not my friend Minister Friesen would consider amending this resolution to include, say, a date. It doesn't even have to be a date. Within the next 6 months, that we can get together and have an open air discussion where we can actually sit down and review the policies. And if it needs then to come back to the PMC after that for whatever kind of change or no change at all, at least there's the commitment. Now I say that, and I'm wondering if that's what you were intending. I'll share my time with the finance minister, or not the
Treasurer.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about, is just the inclusive, so that if there is concerns, they can be addressed in a professional manner and dealt with.
Okay, so I have 4 people are asking for just some wording as to a commitment within a year.
We can do that. Absolutely, we can do that. There's nothing in policy says we can't do that. So we can definitely make that commitment. Thanks.
So how do I add that to this motion? Okay, Mr. Vermette.
Okay, since the review schedule is written into, say, 9.2 on authority, if you put in there a resolution saying that the policies are approved with the addition of a 1 year, policy or an annual policy review that will commence in spring 2026, because the ideal time for a policy review is actually after fiscal year, because you kind of figure out what worked this fiscal, what didn't work from a policy perspective, and then you would review in like April or May type thing and make any changes earlier in the year so that it impacts the next fiscal. So that's a recommendation.
Mr. Friesen.
Thank you. Thank you, Matt, for the clarification. Absolutely. And also, things will change in the very near future. Things will change. And that is our intention when we go to negotiation table with our fiscal financing agreement. So things will change and you will see that change, and our policy should reflect that change. Thanks.
So would it be comforting to say when it says therefore be resolved that the PMC approves the following governance finance policies to be reviewed within the year attached as Annex A?
Of the fiscal year, which is in the spring of 2026.
Okay, so within this in the spring of 20. Oh, sorry, Ms. Mile.
Thank you, Chair Lajimodier. There's been two additional changes also that have, I think, Minister of Finance agreed to, is the wording change from Treasurer about will as opposed to may, or was it?
That was Mr. Lapouille.
Oh, Mr.
Yeah.
Yes, sorry.
Okay.
And then the other one being an annual rather than a 2 year. So two changes to the policy first, and then adding to the fact that you will review within a X period of time.
Okay, so those first two amendments are in the policy. Okay. And so what do we have to do to the motion? Because there's going to be passed. Okay.
Just a few minutes.
Okay. Thank you. And Mr. Friesen in the meantime.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Dorothy, for raising that, because embedded in the policy is the terminology change that Minister Lepwick has suggested. So that needs to change in the capital asset policy. It's all the policies. So we need to change from may to will. I think we need to get a legal opinion on that too, of what that impacts. So let's make the change and then we'll come back to the table. So I'm suggesting we table this resolution until the changes are made and then the resolution is read back into the record. I'm suggesting that.
Okay, so maybe even today if they fix them. Okay. Okay. So okay. So we'll just let the oh, there you go. Yeah, what time is it right now? Oh, it's 11:51. Okay, Minister Muraski.
I just want to reaffirm that we do have a commitment on that delegation of authority and stuff immediately, right? Like next government day kind of thing too. That was also prior. It doesn't need to be in the resolution, but it was a commitment we asked so that we understand the process and delegation of authorities and approvals. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So good discussion. So our staff right now are fixing those two things. Going to word the motion just in that one part. So while that's being done, it is actually a very opportune time to break for lunch. So just going to prepare for lunch or blessing for lunch. Okay, so with that being said, we're going to get Leona to give us a blessing for the meal, and then we will adjourn until 1 o'clock. We'll start back at 1 with this motion to clear, and then right into the budget. All right. Thank you, Leona.
God bless this food we are to have and the thinking and the voices inside us as we gather and discuss things over lunch. May God help us, bless all the food and people, each and every one. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. We're adjourned until 1 o'clock. All right, thank you, everybody. Welcome back. We'll get the meeting back in order here. We're going to start with a roll call so we know who's here and all's good. So those online, be prepared and have your microphones on and ready. Thank you. President Glenn McCallum. Here. Vice President Michelle Leclerc. Secretary Marlene Hanson. Treasurer Jeremy Denemy.
Present.
Northern Region 1, Laura Burnoff.
Uta.
Northern Region 2, Leonard Montgrand. Leonard Montgrand. Offline. Northern Region 3, Brendan Morasti.
Here.
Mr. Carrier, we send condolences. Marilyn Eckert for Eastern Region 2.
Here.
Thank you. Eastern Region 2A, Darcy Lepowick.
Here.
Eastern Region 3, Mark Friesen.
Here.
Western Region 1, Loretta King.
Hi.
Western Region 1A, Billy Kennedy.
I'm here.
Thank you. West Region 2A, Beverly Fullerton.
Good afternoon.
Youth President Rachel Heiser.
Present.
La Femme de Métis Interim President Darlene Langen.
Here.
Thank you very much. Back to 14. Okay, so we had ended with the amendment to the financial policies motion. So just the only addition is this. With an amendment to the authority section in each policy to state, this policy is strictly enforced by the Provincial Métis Council, PMC, of the MNS. All employees and representatives must adhere to the guidelines outlined herein. Non-compliance shall result in disciplinary action or withholding of reimbursement as deemed appropriate by the government. This policy will undergo review annually or earlier if identified as necessary. Any updates, changes, revisions, or additions must be approved by the PMC. Minister Friesen and Minister Morasti, is that good?
Yes, I'm good with the amended resolution.
Thank you, Minister Morasti.
Yes, I agree with the amendments.
Is there any further, Mr. Lepowick?
Just a question. Why is the wording must versus will?
I believe legal spoke to that. Minister Friesen.
It's an impact on legal. We have to use the terminology that enforces the policy so that we can be clear and adopt the policy according to not only our recommendations, but also legal. Yeah.
Comfortable?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lepowick. Okay, so seeing no further questions, all in favor? And online, if you could put your hand, please. All in favor, hands up. Okay, and online. I see one hand there. Okay, well, 13 in favor. Okay, and is that Billy's? Okay, good. Ms. Langen, did you vote online? Okay, well, 13. Ms. Langen, did you vote in the poll? Darlene, are you there?
No, I didn't give me an option to vote.
Okay, are you for or are you voting with the motion?
Because I didn't quite catch it all, I'm gonna abstain because I can't hear anything very clear right now.
Okay, we apologize for that. So 13 for, 1 abstain. Now we will go into the presentation of the budget, which I will turn over to Minister Friesen and Echo.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, colleagues. And again, welcome to those online. Very happy to present the budget here today. We've had a fulsome discussion on budget with my colleagues here and all of the ministries. Budget is a balanced budget. It reflects a decrease from previous years. Of course, the budget will reflect that there has been pressure points, of course, but also in alignment with the federal government. So it reflects. This fiscal budget reflects two realities. One, we're a growing government working hard to diversify programs and services that meets the needs of our citizens. That's our foremost priority, i.e. establishing new early learning and childcare daycare centers. And number two, we're delivering the programs and services within a specific mandate, which has been provided by our funders. So the 2026-2027 budget also reflects challenging times. I know in the last couple of years, I have prefaced budget that we have to ensure that we're meeting our realities, number one, but also that we are in concert with our funding arrangements. So I have been saying for the last 2 years that we have to prepare for austerity measures. So having saying this, it reflects, some challenges. The federal government, with their shifting priorities, has made some cuts in certain areas, but the needs of our citizens don't change. Matter of fact, they're growing, and the impact of that shows and reflects in our communities. However, it won't stop us from advocating as a government, as Métis Nation-Saskatchewan. And this is one of the priorities, and I'm going to refer in a moment or two to Minister Fullerton, because we are in agreement with the mental health and addictions supports. And we're working diligently with layers of our government structure to listen to our citizens, of course. And the budget does reflect what we've heard. So we heard you, we hear our government structure, that we need to strengthen the funding for locals and regions. We also need to be adaptive to the delivery methods for services and programs to communities and citizens. So we're committed to following the work to sustain certain programs, working with, of course, our federal partner and other partners to secure long-term funding, which, of course, comes along with self-government, and so does the adequate and appropriate resources to do that, where we can be responsive, continue to be responsive to the needs of citizens. We're also advancing self-determination and self-government by securing stable funding through an agreement that provides, as I mentioned, adequate resources for all levels of government. So this is a budget that has been well thought of, and we have identified every single area where we'll continue to support on program and service delivery, continue to support citizens where we can, and be responsive to the people we serve. And having said that, I am committed to every ministry, every part of this government, to ensure that we have adequate resources. And this is, I believe, this is the essence of why we're here today, to approve the budget, and also to talk about how it will impact us in the long run. Because I agree with Mr. Morin, as he said earlier this morning, this is for future generations. And it's not only for us, but we're building a government that will reflect who we are as people, and also how we support one another with fiscal financing. So having said that, thank you very much for your attention and your feedback on the budget. I think it's been very important to create that dialogue, to have opportunity for that dialogue. And it's not an open and closed opportunity. It's an open dialogue where we can manage accordingly as complexities come up with finances. So I would like at this time to just refer to my colleague, Minister Fullerton, and just give us a little snapshot of mental health and addictions.
Minister Fullerton. Thank you, Minister Friesen.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister Friesen. So yeah, I sit before everyone today. We have heard our citizens loud and clear over the last week and even prior to that. The cuts to our mental health supports program are having a devastating impact to those who rely on those services. And these are our citizens accessing counseling, therapy, and culturally responsive supports during the most vulnerable moments of their lives. As you know, this initiative had been federally funded. That funding sunsets on March 31st, 2026. This decision was not ours. It is a federal funding decision that directly affects our nation. But we have not been sitting idle. We continue to actively pursue alternative funding sources to sustain this program in the short term. And this morning, we received confirmation that we will be reimbursed by the federal government for the mental health dollars that were transferred internally to support our emergency wildfire response in summer 2025. Those dollars will now be directed to ensure that citizens currently accessing services are not abruptly cut off. We have directed the Ministry of Health to proactively reach out to every citizen participating in the program to communicate clearly about what this means and what the plan is moving forward. Transparency and care and communication are essential. So to close, I want to underscore something bigger. This situation reinforces the urgency of our self-determination in finalizing our self-government agreement. We must build programs for us, by us, designed through our lived realities, grounded in our culture, and sustained by funding that reflects our nation's needs. That is self-determination in action. That is the work before us, and we will continue to show up for our citizens while we fight for that long-term sustainability. So in the interim, we will be reaching out to the citizens in that program. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Fullerton. That's good news. Yeah. Excellent. So back to Minister Friesen for the presentation of the budget.
Thank you, Chair. At this time, I'm going to defer to Echo, and we're available to answer any further questions after the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll turn it over to you, Echo. I'm assuming you're going to share the screen, and if we get you to turn on that microphone and pull it close to yourself, we're having troubles with sound today. It has to travel far away from Ottawa. All right, Echo, it's all yours.
Good afternoon, and welcome to our budget presentation. Thank you very much for everyone's time in the room and online. And it's my pleasure to present you the 26-27 Métis Nation-Saskatchewan draft budget. Okay, so within this budget slide presentations, we are going to cover our draft budget summaries and some visual effects or visual charts to help everyone to see the distribution of our operating budget and capital budget. And after that, we're going to look at the budget from a different angle, from the summary, the budget summary. We're looking at how each ministry is receiving the investment of our funding, to how the fundings are distributed to different expense lines to help to further expand our understanding of how we allocated the budget. After that, we're going to have a few more charts or slides to look at our fundings designated for citizens and other areas such as regions, locals, and education programs and housing programs. After the hard number part or dry number part, we're going to get some more colorful and more thoughtful presentations on our key outcomes and the details of the ministries and departments' budgets. Okay, let's move on to the next slide. So it's a bit of a delay. Okay, here we go. All right. So in front of us is the draft budget summary. And in this format of the budget, we're looking at our resources and allocations in a top and bottom way. So in the green sections, it includes all of our available financial resources. And there are three big components of our financial resources. One is carry forwards. So these numbers represent our non-spent or remaining funds from prior year's budget. And the Government of Canada is our largest funding source. Our grants and various funding agreements comprises the Government of Canada's line, and the line, like the $141.7 million that is presenting in the column of budget 26-27 column is the current year's expected revenue from the Government of Canada. And other revenues are comprised of other level of government and other partners revenue sources, and our self-generated revenues. So in total, we're expecting to have $257.6 million of financial resources to invest in various ministries and activities throughout the year. Moving on into the expenses section, we have admin fee recoveries. So this is a negative number because it represents the resources that or the admin fees that are recovered from various funding agreements. So the admin fee recoveries is the essential source for our internal service department. So our HR, our finance, IT, and many other administrative functions rely on admin fee recovery to support us and deliver the services to our departments. Transfer-ins is essentially a similar in nature recovery for the services we provide through our internal service department. And those are the negative numbers because they're essentially a little bit of an offset of our total cost. And moving on to the positive expenditure allocations. So Back to Batoche is our annual festival that we celebrate, and we celebrate our culture, our traditions, and we allocated $2.2 million for current year. And that is listed out separately because it's a significant activity, and we all are very proud of it. And just also enhance or highlight that we really emphasize this special event. And followed by the Back to Batoche are the various ministries and their budget. I will draw your attention to Ministry of Early Learning and Childcare, $66 million allocation for the year. And it's just a very strong message of that, how we are investing our financial resources to our families and our children for the future of our nation, to really build a foundation for long-term success and thriveness of our citizens. And various other ministries are listed here to demonstrate that we are following the mandates of our funding agreements and committed to distribute the resources and invest in our citizens, our locals and regions, and our communities to ensure that our nation is continue to be strong and continue to grow. So yeah, this is a very high level summary of our budget. It's consolidated for all the departments and ministries, just to show how we distribute our resources. Yeah, and we'll move on to the second page of the budget summary. All right, so as we can see, the total expenses is $184 million. That is our operating expenses, meaning that it is net of, or it is exclusive of our capital budget. Our capital expenditure is the line below. That is accounted for 73.6 million for 26-27 fiscal year. Those are capital acquisitions, the builds, and also don't forget about our continued growth and build of, or the growth and development of our bio assets, which are the buffaloes that we are bringing to the our bio asset pool. So this year we're looking at a close to $74 million of investment in our capital asset. That being said, so the operating budget plus the capital budget equals to our total financial resources, which is the green section, 257.6 million, and that brings us to a net zero surplus or deficit, which is another way to say that we have a balanced budget. Okay, moving along is our visual charts, the bar charts of the budget distribution, and we can also see the trend. There's a little bit of a delay of the slide coming through. Okay, here we go. So on this slide, we can see that from 2022-23 fiscal year, our annual budget continued to grow, and last year we hit a height or a peak point, and this year it is coming down a little bit, but it is a expected trend because we continue to, while our revenue sources are growing, there are some areas that we face challenges to actually get progresses in that will cause the carry forwards. So last year we had high budget, but also high carry forward accumulated from prior years. Therefore, after a year of collective efforts from all the ministries, all layers of our government, we managed to bring down the carry forward. And that's why we are seeing in 26-27 budget, our total expenditure decreased about $32 million, but it is a expected trend that we want to see, meaning that we're becoming more and more efficient at utilizing our resources and reducing the carry forward. It means that our citizens are receiving the benefits and the services and support in the year that is allocated to and at a time that they need. Okay. Moving along to the next slide, we're looking at the budget in through a different lens. The numbers still look the same for our total revenues and carry forwards. Sorry, there's that technical delay again for the slides. Let's move forward. Okay, awesome. Well, we jumped too much ahead. Okay, here we go. All right, so our total revenues and carry forwards are the same number, but in the expenses section, we are slicing it up in a different way so that we can see what categories of expenses that are in our budget and how we allocate the resources from a different or from the expenditure perspective. Okay, I want to draw everyone's attention to our funding designated for citizens. The $61 million is our largest budget line in our spending plan. So this represents a strong commitment to our citizens, which is accounted for, majority of our budget and our the top priority to serve the citizens, and we will have a bit more of the breakdown of what this $61 million is comprised of in a later slides. But I just want to highlight this to everyone, just to once again echo Minister Friesen and Minister Fullerton's message, and actually the whole message from the Provincial Métis Council, how we are the whole government is working together towards providing the benefits and supports to our citizens. Okay, and our second largest expenditure line is the salaries, wages, and benefits. So our employees are our largest asset group, human assets, to deliver all the services and, advocate and support our citizens and our different layers of governments and communities. And I want to just jump back to the first page of our consolidated budget by expenditure categories again, and also want to draw attention to the second half of the page, funding designated for locals and regions. That's our second largest budget or funding that with a designated target group, which is our locals and regions. We continue to invest in the locals and regions to help them to build capacity and to build their means and capabilities to support our citizens, because they are the key component of our government. And following that, these are all available and will be available for everyone to review. And in front of you, there are.
Mr. Friesen wants to give a clarification.
Sure, yeah.
Thank you, Echo. We're following along with our budget draft here and online. I just wanted to make an announcement here before we continue, that we, as mentioned, and you have mentioned as well, that we have heard citizens and we've heard from our governance structure, our local presidents and regional directors, that the capacity that we currently have is not adequate. And we have, we're transitioning into a fiscal finance agreement that it will be more appropriately resourced, and that includes locals and regions. So we have discussed what is flexible in our budget and how can we manage to deliver that to locals in this next fiscal year. So as of April 1st, I am happy to announce that we are increasing local capacity to the tune of $1.2 million, which translates to $12,000 annually per local. $7,000 will go to operating capacity in your for local meetings, renting facilities, hospitality, that kind of thing, and then $5,000 goes towards an honoraria. So whether that be the local president, whether that be whoever administers your local, it remains to be seen. And there will be, of course, some criteria attached to that funding. And we had a very fulsome discussion on policies this morning. So, having said that, I'm happy to announce local capacity for locals who are operating on behalf of Métis Nation-Saskatchewan. The other announcement is there will be an increase for regional capacity as well, enhancing the administrative portion of operating your region of $50,000 per annum per each region. So you will see that slight increase in the budget and how we have the detailed here in the consolidated budget, and that's what ECHO is referring to when she is referring to funding designation for regions and locals. That's what it comes to. That's the amount. So thank you, ECHO.
Thank you, Minister.
Sorry about that.
Chair. Thank you.
Okay, we're making sure people are speaking right into the microphones. So I don't know if it's your speaker or if it's just, I don't know why it would be, but Jay will take note and we'll do our best. But if you could maybe get earbuds, it might help you a little bit, but it's something that's kind of out of our control. So we'll go back. Okay, we'll go back to ECHO.
Okay, thank you, Minister. That was a great clarification and detail that we get into. All right, let's move on to our next slide. Some visual elements to help everyone to see how we distributed our grants to different areas. Okay, so the first visual slide, slide number 8. Yeah, is the is a visual ring chart to show where the fundings are from and where and what kind of ministries and programs that are providing the grants to citizens. So our largest allocation for our citizen support is residing in the post-secondary education sector or ministry. So that accounted for $23.6 million. And that is the ISET grants and our GDI support for our post-secondary students. And the early learning and childcare ministry provides the $20 million, $19.7 million to our granted citizens. We have diversified grants and programs and various services for our citizens. Want to highlight that our 2 brand new Métis cultural oriented daycare centers are opening in Saskatoon and PA, and that is just a tremendous way to demonstrate that we are investing in our younger generation, in our families, to help the citizens to get proper childcare and more childcare space for our citizens and community. And following the top 2 is our housing and homelessness investments, and health and mental health continue to have a high amount despite some of the funding decreases. And we continue to commit to preserve our land environment and language and various other areas and support our citizens. Okay, So the next slide is to provide a breakdown of all the various grants and programs that are available directly for citizens. We do have a slight correction to make here. If I can draw your attention to the right-hand side panel of our grant funding designated for citizens. On the third line, it says ELCC Louis Riel Cup Grant. It is our oversight when we send the approved draft to our printer. That was too late. We didn't catch it. But the correction here is to make that 200,000 to 50,000. That is designated or dedicated to the ELCC Louis Riel Cup Children's area. That is our ELCC's commitment in support of Louis Riel Cup. And then the other 150,000 is reallocated, has been reallocated to other ELCC programs. So when the draft is, or when we have our next version of our budget proof, it will be reflected there. Okay, next slide. Okay, so in this slide, we're looking at our funding designated for regions and locals. I don't want to get into the details too much because Minister Friesen has already provided that we increased our fundings in locals and regions to help them to build capacity and to serve our citizens. Yes, Minister Friesen.
Thank you, Echo. If I can just interject one moment, Treasurer Denemy made a good suggestion that it also includes youth and women. Yes, that funding includes an increase for youth and women as well.
Thank you. Back to Echo.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. So, of course, our youth and women group are considered as part of the regions and locals. No. So we count by units. Yeah, and then it's allocated by the unit. Okay, so
Echo, just hold on a second, Mr. Fullerton.
Okay.
Question for clarity or maybe for future recommendation when we're discussing like funding designated for regions and locals. Is there any way that we could separate that where it says regions and then locals? It's really hard. You can? Amazing. Yeah. Because then I think our locals will be able to see more clearly kind of what's going to them with that separation. I also want to give credit to my colleague because it was also a discussion between us.
Sorry, I can't hear.
Darlene, I believe it's everybody else. Oh, that was Billy?
Yeah.
Okay, you have a question?
No, I can't hear.
No. Okay. We'll get Mr. Fullerton to repeat that and get real close to your mics today, folks.
Okay. Thank you. And thank you for letting me know that you couldn't hear.
Excuse me, but what I did is I logged out and I logged back in and I can hear perfectly now.
Okay. Good to have. Right on. Thank you. Mr. Fullerton, repeat your comment.
Yeah, my comment was of a request or a clarity. If going forward, we could, almost separate like the funding designated for regions and locals, so we could have a better breakdown of exactly what's to the regions, what's to the locals, because when we lump this in, we can get kind of lost in those numbers. So I would like to see it broken down a bit.
Mr. Friesen.
Thank you, Minister Fullerton. That's a great observation. For us who see these on a daily basis, of course, we can do that to make it more simplistic for locals to read what capacity is coming to them and what's available to the regions. Absolutely.
Thank you. Back to Echo.
Thank you. Okay, let's reconvene to the next slide. Slide number 11. Oh.
Is it like we need clarity right now, or can we do it when after we read the motion? Is it a general question of the budget?
It's about the budget, yeah. I just wanted.
Your microphone. Can you wait until, because we're going to do the presentation and then we'll read in the motion, then have questions. So if you can keep track of your question, good. If it's a clarity thing that is ASAP, then we can handle that.
Slide is up, it's probably clear.
Microphone.
Yeah, I think I believe it is a clarity issue because for myself, like I don't really understand the budget very well. So for people that are out there seeing this, and we're talking about regions and locals, and it with so the 13.2 million is for the region and the locals, which is separate from the 14.5 million. Is the 14.5 million with? Okay, that's
Mr. Friesen.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Secretary Hansen, for your question. So the 13.2 million was last year. So you will see that we've had a 10% increase in 2026-27. So that's the 14.5 million. So you're looking at two different numbers. 13.2 was last year, budgeted last year. 14.5 is budgeted for this year. With the increases that we've just discussed, that's included in that 14.5 million for regions and locals.
Thank you, because for some of the locals, I just wanted to point out here with the 10% increase, because I know the locals in the regions will be very grateful because maybe, some of those dollars, I don't know the breakdown of the dollars at this point in time, which Minister Fullerton requested. I think
To the local president honorarium.
Yeah, they did break it down.
but yes, because I'm looking at this and people aren't seeing it and we're saying it so quick. And that's why I want clarification, because what happens with some of the locals, like it looks like we have a lot of money on here, but because some of them aren't applying for the grants. Okay,
Yeah,
I know.
Mr.
No, I
Friesen.
just wanted to add.
If I can just clarify,
Yeah.
it has these monies are allocated directly from core governance dollars. It is not program and service dollars. So the 70 million that was accessible for locals last year was directly from program and service dollars, like community enhancement grant, the wellness through our lands grant, the mental health and addictions grant. All of that is program and service. That is not included in this 13.2 or the 14.5. The 14.5 comes directly out of our core government dollars.
I understand that part. What I'm trying to be clear with is a lot of our regions and our locals that get some of these dollars that are there for them don't always apply for them.
Okay, and that's into the weeds. Okay,
but
so
I'm just, that's why when it was meant, just give me a minute. When it was mentioned earlier about having this budget, and we did have the workshop there in the afternoon, and I didn't have the opportunity to ask the questions for clarification. So it makes it a little difficult now that I'm asking the question. So I would have appreciated that time once again to have that. So this clarity could be clear for myself going into meeting with the citizens so I could better understand, because if I'm not understanding, and there's a lot of people out there that are looking at this and don't understand also, I think it's really important that we're really clear with the budget for the people out there to understand it. So
okay. Matt wants to clarify something here first, then we'll go to the Minister Friesen and on down the line. Matt. Defer to Minister Friesen.
Thank you, Chair. Just for clarity, this is new funding for locals. $14.5 million is new funding. they don't have to apply for it. It's going to be provided. There will be some criteria for all locals who are accessing dollars. It will be provided. It is capacity. So it's core government funding to operate. The program dollars, which they have ability to access, are separate. They and not and you're right. Not all locals apply for that opportunity. They don't have the capacity to run a program or to deliver, whatever the case may be. Not all locals have applied for that 50,000 for CEG, for example. However, we're encouraging everyone to apply with whatever is available to them. All the opportunities that exist is equitable across the board. We're not picking and choosing. Everyone will have, every local community, every local president will have opportunity to access funds. And the 14.5 is a new pot that we are introducing into this budget. So it's a good thing. It's a good thing that we've heard citizens, and this announcement comes from our fiscal financing agreement. So it's something that we have been considering for the last 8 years. How do we do this? How do we do this with the finite funds that we have? And this is how we've been able to do it. So thank you, Chair. Thank
I'd
you.
just like to say thank you for the clarification. And like you said, maybe with these new monies now, the locals that haven't been applying for the programs will have an opportunity to hire someone to help them, assist them in applying for this. That's the reason why I asked that question. Just for clarification. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Muraski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my colleagues for their questions. For clarity, it is our role and responsibility as regional representatives to lobby for these extra supports. We have lobbied hard for the enhancement to our regional capacity of $50,000. NR3, for example, we have taken initiative as a council to hire an office coordinator that will be used to support our locals in applying for the $61 million available to them in grant money. On top of that, our minister has just announced that there is core capacity dollars coming to our locals, which is awesome because we have also lobbied and heard our local presidents on that note. But it is our job to break it down, take the high level briefing today, break it down and address it so that our local presidents are fully aware. And that's what I've done already by communicating via text. And I will continue to do that in my role and as we go forward. But I want to say it is, we are being heard. I know it doesn't sound as a lot when you break it down, but there's more to come. We've got work ahead of us, and there is more to come. So it is our role as regional reps to make sure this work is being done. But I'm very excited that the 50,000 was added because that's added support to our local presidents. Thank you.
Okay, so folks, let's try to hold our questions now till the end of the budget description. So we'll go back to Echo.
Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Thank
we
you.
will definitely we can spend more time after the presentation to get more clarity on this. And I just want to point out that too, the budget is our roadmap for next year's financial plan, but it is the map and then the terrain is to be charted by the administrative staff like me and my colleagues, my peers, to really deliver that to our citizens. And we welcome our elected officials and other locals and regional staff to come to us to really get the information needed to apply for grants or get the support that they really need to deliver the services to the citizens. Okay, let's get back to our next slide number 11. Perfect. So in 26-27 fiscal year, we will designate $8.3 million to our education programs. Early learning and childcare will be accounted for $7.7 million amounts to those grants. And following that is the policy, the post-secondary education department and then the policy and self-determination department. The next slide is the housing programs. It looks like a large number, but this is actually the whole amount that we are flowing through on behalf of Reaching Homes to our rural service providers, the 25 rural service support providers to help our help with our community's housing and homelessness needs. All right. The next slide is the detailed breakdown or list of our grants and programs available under each funding bucket or investment bucket. So as we can see here, 14.5 million is comprised of various grants to the locals and the regions. And I just want to point out here that our investments, the additional ones for local and regional admin or office capacity built, is not a grant. It is actually building in our other expense categories. So we won't see them necessarily here, but our support and our investment comes from different forms and all possible formats to meet the needs. It's not that we are setting up a rigid process or format to support all the locals and regions. It is that we are willing to be adaptive, be flexible to meet everyone's needs. All right. And as promised before, we end the hard, dry number part and get into outcomes and more of the words than numbers here. And our following many slides are the key outcomes for our ministries. And everyone here will have a chance to kind of go through the slides. I'm not going to read every single one of them. Each ministry has 3 key outcomes for the year, and they are all aligned with our priorities, our funding agreements mandates, and we're delivering, all of those programs through our activities, our day-to-day operations. So we'll, switch through the slides slowly so everyone gets a chance to review. And Minister Friesen, you have something to add.
Thank you, Echo. As we are taking a look at the key outcomes for each ministry, you will see that some outcomes are quite broad, and they're a continuation of the outcomes from previous years because those outcomes are multi-year. So the end goal is here, and they haven't changed significantly. Whereas some ministries, you have very specific outcomes attached to the dollars. So you'll see the dollars in that outcome on that page too, and then some don't have the dollars attached because it's a continuation of their work plan because they have multi-year funding agreements. So that's the point I wanted to make. Thank you, Echo.
Back to you, Echo.
Thank you, Minister Friesen, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we're at education. We can continue to, cycle through the key outcomes for each ministry's. A lot to read, and everyone has a booklet to actually take notes of, the key outcomes. And maybe for another minute or so that we finish up all the key outcome slides and we can get to the draft budget for the departments from slide 28. Okay.
Before this continues, can you turn on your mic so people can hear your question? Well, if you're speaking at the table, and then the question should be public. Okay.
All right.
Can you stop the side conversations for a second, please?
Thank you, Chair. It is Beverly speaking here. So I just have a couple questions as I am new to the table and, as we're trying to understand this process. So we're looking at possibly, so should this pass today, this will be on the April MNLA for our MNLA members to vote. My question for clarity is, so this budget is effective April 1st, so we would start spending April 1st, but would still need to wait for it to pass at the MNLA. What happens in the event that this budget is not passed by the MNLA, and I know our president doesn't like this, but what risk do we face? And then what kind of position does that put us in if this isn't passed? Thank you.
Minister Friesen.
Thank you, Minister Fullerton, for the question. The budget is approved by the Provincial Métis Council and then ratified at the Legislative Assembly. The budget does go in effect April 1st, new fiscal year, till March 31st, 2027. We will have a presentation for the budget at the Legislative Assembly and open the floor for discussion. However, that's why it's so important to ask these questions by my colleagues here, because we do approve the budget at the Provincial Métis Council table. And I'll just defer to Matt to perhaps expand on that process.
Go ahead, Matt. Then I got Secretary Denemy and Youth President Rachel.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Treasurer Denemy, then Youth President Iser.
Okay. So just a quick kind of reflection on your question, Minister Fullerton, on what if the MNLA doesn't pass the resolution related to the budget. So if they don't pass the resolution related to the budget, then it would actually go back on the agenda for the next MNLA. So then it would come back in November. We would look at recommendations and we would see if it was possible to shift anything, but it's also possible that it may not change a lot based on kind of the fact that a lot of our funds are restricted. So we're agreement bound on the vast majority of them. And what would happen in that case is we would kind of continue out the year riding on the PMC approval until we could get ratification, because the government still has to operate. And that's how in practice M&S has done it in the past, because I can think back to 2021, that budget wasn't passed until November. The government still operated. And so, convention in other governments is typically if a budget doesn't get passed, let's say by the legislature, they have to operate on last year's budget until they can get it passed. But our convention has been to take the initial PMC approval and operate under that until we can get the MNLA to, pass the resolution related to budget at the next MNLA.
Minister Fullerton. She has a follow-up question.
Okay, thank you. So I guess for clarity, and I know as you're saying, like this is how we've done things. So looking at the Constitution, and this will help me for, understanding. So we know internal, like a lot of that is restricted funding. It has to go to that. It's not like we're going to be able to come in here and change how those dollars are allocated. But within the wording, and maybe this is where as PMC, we think about how this could cause confusion with MNLA and our citizens and myself. So the Constitution under Article 210 says all budgets shall be determined by the Métis Nation Legislative Assembly based upon the recommendations of the Provincial Métis Council. And so that is the process we're doing. Like this is this resolution's a recommendation, because that's where I'm trying to understand. I'm not trying to pick apart the budget. It's just a process question and understanding how this all intertwines. So so I think language is super important when we're discussing budget, and especially if it states it very clearly in our Constitution, and then just that full understanding to our citizens and our members watching. So I just wanted to see how that falls into the process that you've implemented.
Thank you. Treasurer Denemy, did you have further question on this situation?
Oh, I think mine was just to speak to something that Minister Friesen had alluded to, is that the capacity will actually be distributed. Like I'm assuming that like the commitment from the finance department is that they'll be actively reaching out and making sure and being proactive in getting these draft capacity agreements for the locals well in advance of April 1st.
Mr. Friesen.
We're working on contribution agreements. There's a multi levels there with administration and legal impact as well. So we are working on those contribution agreements. Like I said, there will be some details that we have to iron out and criteria for local presidents. However, we're doing our best to roll that out after April 1st, yes. And it'll be before 6 months.
Thank you. Youth President Heiser.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I was going to bring up what Minister Fullerton brought up about Article 2, Section 10. It would be nice to have the opportunity of our MNLA delegates to have input on this before going to the MNLA. So having that workshop like we did at the previous MNLA would be nice. And then having them be able to voice their concerns or have questions. And then so we know going into the MNLA, engaging where we're at and seeing if there is going to be issues or if we're going to get support. So thank you.
Thank you. Secretary Hansen.
I want to thank ECHO for the clarification on the ELCC funding there for the $200,000 for the Louis Royale Cup. That I was like, because we didn't have the opportunity to ask questions for when we did the workshop there, or at least I didn't feel at that time I could ask the questions. So thank you for that clarification. I also want to just comment on Minister Fullerton's comment earlier in regards to the commitment that was given to us prior that we would receive the $1.7 million. Is that a verbal or is that in writing for us?
I believe she's referring to the mental health money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I mentioned, she just mentioned that there was a commitment, so I just wanted to know if it was in writing for us so we can, the other question.
Okay.
I just have my list here. In regards to Article 2, Section 10, in the restricted funds. So we've known that we've had that happen, in the past where we did move funds and it came to the table later. And I'm just hoping moving forward that if there's any funds to be moved, that the PMC will be aware prior to that approval and we could make those decisions and not later. So we could be making the best decision. And when the decision is made, that we come forward with all of the facts. So we're making a consent decision moving forward so we don't run into any trouble moving forward like something happened in regards to the mental health stuff there. So
I'll,
thank you.
Minister Fullerton, just to want to address that question, and then just for the record, Secretary Hansen, that move of that money was approved at the PMC level. Yeah, so it's always approved by the PMC.
No, it's there.
Yeah.
So what?
To the mental health money now.
So sorry, to clarify the question, the 1.7 million, how it was moved out and how it's,
No, I think she's asking for about the replacement funds.
oh, the reimbursement.
Yeah.
Okay, so initially when, we were dealt with an emergency at hand, we had carry forward dollars available in the mental health department, which had to absolutely be used because I believe they were carried over twice. And it aligned perfectly with the emergency response. So we actually, those dollars were being used for the purpose of it. There was no commitment from Canada for the reimbursement. That was an after discussion. And once we realized how big, the impact was, how much work the MNS put into it, we were then offered for the first Métis government in Canada to submit for reimbursement, because usually emergency responses are only paid out to the provinces and to First Nations. So it's actually triggered bigger conversations and more work, negotiations and how we are given these opportunities for reimbursement. So when these dollars went out, they went out knowing that they had to be spent. It was an opportunity for us to have it reimbursed, which we have now received confirmation that this will be reimbursed. The other thing is process sometimes is not our best friend. And so it is February, but it's just now coming. So sometimes not understanding for myself why it took so long. It's government process. But yes, we have that confirmation. It wasn't intended to be immediately reimbursed. The dollars needed to be spent. And this is how it just kind of worked out for this situation.
Thank you, Minister. Vice President Leclerc.
I feel like there was an explanation, I think, by Matt earlier with respect to, and I appreciate Minister Fullerton's question earlier. When we look at Section 2, sub 10, all budgets shall, not may, shall be determined by the Métis Nation Legislative Assembly based upon the recommendation of the Provincial Métis Council. I understand that we will be recommending this potentially, but I don't understand. I feel like it's putting the cart before the horse. I don't understand how we can implement a budget that shall be passed by a Métis Nation Legislative Assembly after the fact. So Minister Fullerton made a good point. So we recommend the budget, which I will support, but the fact of the matter is our Constitution supersedes everything else. All budgets shall be determined by the MNLA. So I'm not understanding how we can recommend it. I understand how we can recommend it and then implement it April 1st, yet our legislative assembly wouldn't determine it till after that. So it's a bit of a conundrum to me, and I don't think that it's the proper process. Recommending it here today, absolutely. Implementing it on April 1st and then asking later for permission when you've already implemented it. I don't understand that. And I guess I would look to our legal maybe for an opinion on it, just with respect to the legalities of how that would all play out.
Okay, I believe Matt's going to address that.
So the assumption that we've operated under, Vice President, in past years is that when we start out actually implementing the budget, we're kind of using last year's budget as the authority, because that's the thing. If the business still of the government still has to carry on, because we still have payroll, we still have all these different things. And so the authority that we're kind of operating under is that there was a previous approval to have government spending at that level from both the council and the MNLA. So we are taking the approval of the MNLA very seriously. Just unfortunately, from like a cycling and scheduling perspective, the dates just don't work out. And so long term, what I would say to folks is, that could be another discussion, but we certainly aren't expending funds at rates that exceed the prior year's approved budget, and so that's kind of been how we've approached it, and it's not perfect, definitely, but it's just the structure of our system. Only 2 meetings per year of the assembly. It just makes it challenging. Oh, and
Yeah, follow-up question that I
Just
believe
to follow up,
Jared has.
and thank you for that explanation, Matt. The only thing that I would caution is that this is our constitution, and it guides us. And I don't want this to become a habit where we say in 3 years, well, that's the course of business. We've set the precedents, and we continue to set a precedence, and then at some point you say, well, we kind of set that precedence and we're not following the Constitution. So in future, I guess my point has been made, but in future I just think we need to really think about the dates that we schedule our MNLA so that we can get all of this important business done, so it doesn't stop business from happening. And that would be my only suggestion, that next year we have our meeting before March 31st so that we're not in contravention of our Constitution.
Thank you, Mr. Friesen. Gerald Denny.
Thank you, Chair. All great comments. And yes, we've discussed that. We've discussed that at finance. We've discussed the finance cycle and how we deliver a budget when we start the budget process. The audit is what it is. Like, our auditing process happens after March 31. So that audit needs to be approved after the audit is completed, and that we've had time to review it and make recommendations. But I hear you, and we've had this discussion before, to follow a cycle that is in concert and synchronized with the recommendations that the PMC puts forward on budget. Having said that, I hear you when you say we don't want to set a precedent. We already have, years past, like years ago. However, that doesn't mean that we're going to be stuck in this place where it is what it is. We can make those shifts as we move along. We definitely can. So, which means we have been playing catch up with our finance cycle for budget process, and with the audit process too. We've been, especially for the budget, I won't say much for audit because that's fixed, but for budget, we've been playing catch up, where how can we have the budget in alignment with the changes that are coming, that we're aware of, with all these agreements, fiscal finance agreement, contribution agreements, and so on. How can we coordinate better so that we are having these conversations in keeping with that timeline? So yeah, we've considered that. Yes.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Moran, and then Minister Burnoff. Then we're almost at time for a health break.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, John. Yeah, I mean, the leadership is correct around this table that there's that article, section 10, and I remember very clearly drafting that section and other sections of the Constitution, and it was always intended that the MNLA, see, if you look at the first section, Article 2, Section 1, there shall be a Métis Nation Legislative Assembly, which shall be the governing authority of the Métis Nation-Saskatchewan. So essentially that says that the MNLA is the supreme rulemaking body of the MNS, right? That's the ultimate authority. So consistent with that, all budgets would be ratified by the MNLA, subject to the recommendations of the Provincial Métis Council. On a practical level, things don't always are in sync time-wise or any other way. If you recall our history, for the longest of time, we only had MNLAs once a year. So there was this long overlap, and there's been controversy in the past that there weren't MNLAs for 2-3 years. So now we have the spring sitting, we have the fall sitting, and there's some slight delays, maybe sometimes from when the PMC recommends the budget and when it's approved by the MNLA. But all I can say that I think the leadership that has evolved over the years is operating in good faith and is trying their best to make our government function as best that it can. And that's certainly the case with respect to the budgets. So, and the only other thing that I would add is you can never have a situation where the government ceased to operate. You can never have a situation where the leadership fails to represent its citizens. There cannot be. You always have to be there to be, expending dollars, supporting our citizens, and that the needs of our people in the communities are being met. As long as you're operating in good faith and you're trying your best under the circumstances, given our practical limitations, and we should have a hell of a lot more money than this, but it'll come in time. So I commend the leadership for the direction that you're going on this and a number of other areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Gerald. Richard's going to speak right to this, and then I'll go to Minister Burnoff.
Thank you, Chair. So one of the things, perhaps, what we can do as we look at our cycle for our legislative assemblies, maybe we can do is try to adjust the schedule going into next fiscal that it starts to align more with the budgetary process.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Quintel. Minister Burnoff.
Sit on. Okay, yeah.
And folks, Jay has fixed the feedback loop, so you don't have to lean right into your, you can normal.
Okay, I can feel it.
Yeah.
Minister Burnoff, Northern Region 1. This is more or less a question and something that I flagged when you were all talking. So the budget has to be passed by the Legislative Assembly, which is the MNLA. So would this mean that the funding for locals in our regions won't come into effect until after the Assembly, until they can, until the Legislative Assembly can take a look at it, understand it, and then pass it? Or can we use it right away? Thank you.
Mr. Friesen.
As indicated earlier, Minister Burnoff, that's a great question. Good observation. This budget will come into effect April 1st. Yeah.
Secretary Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to go back, just to back up a little bit in regards to the breakdown of the monies for the regions and the locals. I know there's like everybody gets a certain amount of money across the board for, like, if there's a smaller region, they get the same amount as Saskatoon. And so I'm just wondering, is that with this new dollars, is that going to be looked at for the bigger regions like Saskatoon, where they have the majority of the Métis citizens, and then there's Prince Albert and Regina? Is there going to be more dollars there put aside? Is that being looked at, or is it just you're going to cut the pie and it's going to be even across the board? That's one question. The other question is, I know we got like you said, the audit is done late, and we just reviewed the budget, not the audit, sorry. The budget came to us and we reviewed it on Thursday, I think. I can't remember the date, but anyway, when we reviewed it, it was later in the day, and then we're here in Ottawa, and I'm just wondering if it was communicated to the two regions that are not at the table, because they're a part of this budget. Are they aware about the budget, and how is that, did they have input? And my third question is, we're coming to an end with the Accords, and how is MNS positioning itself to protect long-term funding moving forward? Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Friesen will answer those three questions, and we'll take a quick break for coffee.
Thank you, Chair. Your first question, Minister Hansen, is equity with the local capacity. So this is what we can do. So we're providing that capacity across the board, equally. Contribution agreements or other access to funding has been recently based on population. So we're not doing that with core capacity at the moment until we get to adequate resourcing, which is our fiscal financing negotiations. So we're not there yet, but we're committing to ensuring that there is equity among all our locals who serve citizens. Your second question is on, please remind me. I will say broadly no, because they are currently suspended and they have a responsibility to our government as well. So I'm not going further into that. However, at any point they have question, they can respond accordingly. What is in front of them. I'm not going to respond to that here today. And your third question, Secretary Hansen?
The accord is coming to an end.
Yes, the accords are. We are aware of the accord sunsetting. We are negotiating further to continue such accords and to also create opportunity for new accords to happen. So they're not concrete yet, Secretary Hansen, but they are in discussions.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can I just, I think we
Okay, Vice President.
That doesn't mean that those regions aren't getting that $50,000. Okay, so I'd like you to clarify that, please.
Thank you.
Point, when you take like a second.
Go.
Okay. So, in terms of no input from those regions, I will remind you that many of their members do come to the MNLA where the budget is finally approved and they have their input. Yeah.
Thank you, Gerald. Minister Friesen.
Thank you, Mr. Moore, and thank you, Chair. And yes, a point of clarification: the regions will receive their increase in capacity like other regions do. Thank you.
Final quick comment from Minister Morasti, and then we'll take a 15-minute break.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, colleagues, Minister Friesen, for the explanations. But the questions arising in regards to the fiscal responsibility of this table and our MNLA, that's an easy fix. That's already being worked on in the back with our policy and self-determination team. And I just want to note for those that are online that Mr. Morin, who I was wondering who that was, it is actually Gerald Morin. And Gerald has been hired through our Ministry of Self-Determination and Self-Government as a governance specialist. And so, as you know, Gerald has extensive history and knowledge in this work and the nation building. So he knows quite a bit more than some of us. So you always surround yourself with the best, and that's why he's here. So I just want to clarify that. But in speaking to the locals and the funding and how locals are, we all know the situation of our locals, and that is why we tried not to put the cart before the horse. We have work to do with our locals and the regions and the PMC, and we need to structure ourselves properly. We didn't have that in 2014, and that's why our funding was frozen. We got to work, we got our funding back, and now we took care of this body. We got to start at the bottom and work our way back up, and we're going to do that. We are committed to that, and you'll hear a little bit more about it later, but this budget reflects some of that. And yeah, it'll be broadly sent to the locals, but we are fixing that because some locals are land-based, some are community, and so on and so forth. But we are going to address it with some of the work through policy and self-determination, which means a local, region, and PMC Act coming very soon. Thank you.
Okay, so bear with me. I want to get Minister Lepwick's final question in, and then we have no questions. When we come back, we'll continue into the presentation so that we can get to the motion and take care of business. Minister Lepwick.
Okay, Darcy Lepwick, Eastern Region 2A. I had actually 3 questions, so not to disappoint you, but first one is on page 14 of the slides, the ELLP grants to schools. There's 2.7 million and then 320,500 for supplies. How will that be distributed to focus on Métis students, or is that in place already, or the criteria? The second question.
Can we go one at a time? So, okay. Can you answer that one, Minister, or Echo?
Yes, the EILP
program grants are distributed to our school divisions through agreements and payments. So we sign an agreement with them, and they're our partners. So we provide the funding to the school divisions that are partnering with us, and we fill the payment after.
Okay, but how does that focus on Métis students in those schools? Yeah.
Okay, Minister Friesen.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Echo. Good question. The grants are not specific to only Métis students. They are to enhance the Métis distinct culture across those school divisions. And we start with early years because that's where the education starts. And hopefully that's where young people will learn about Métis distinction and culture. And our allies and our partners in community also learn about Métis distinction and culture. So it's not allocated to specifically Métis students. Thanks.
Question number 2.
Well, just to follow up with that, is that to the schools with the early learning MICHIF programs or the school divisions?
It's to the early learning programs in those school divisions. So specific to pre-K or early learners, yes.
Okay, thank you. Second question was for the ELLC community enhancement grants. There's $1 million in grant supplies. What would the $1 million in grant supplies be? Because there's a 4.45 or 4,450,000 for the community enrichment grant or enhancement grant here. It says, sorry, and that's also on page 14, I believe.
Mr. Friesen.
Thank you, Chair. Good question. Minister Lepwick, the early learning grant supplies primarily is just what it states. It supplies to deliver those cultural programs for ELCC. And if I may make a suggestion as well, because CEG grants, there are locals who have accessed those grants who have also purchased equipment and assets. So it's not really supplies, it's actually fixed assets in form of equipment, but it is under the supply line, I believe. So i.e., I know of 2 locals that have purchased canoes to deliver a water program on canoeing. So that's under supplies. So if we want to get more detailed with that, we can break that out too. But there, it's specific. It's for supplies to offer the program.
Thank you, Minister. Last question.
Third question is on page 14 in the book and 12 in the book, 14 on the slides. The Real Scouts grant is $2.5 million. Could you provide clarity on that?
Minister Burnoff.
Minister Burnoff, I was briefed on this and
Briefed on which, Minister?
the supplies.
Okay.
The supplies
Yeah.
and also the real estate. And those are the cultural kits that are going to be sent out. I don't think they'll be purchased and sent out, so it'll be for the next fiscal year. The supplies. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. And the final answer, or did you ask the final question?
Yeah, for the Real Scouts, there's 2.5 million.
yeah.
Could you clarify on what would that entail?
Not for Met. Minister Burnoff.
Thank you, Chair. The Real Scouts would be programming for those that are 12 and under. And I can't recall what the programming is, but our COO, Matt Vermette, can elaborate more.
Thank you, Minister. So basically what it is it's a $2.5 million allocation to bring the Real Scouts program provincial. And so it's kind of the Métis, I don't want to call it the Scouts program. I don't know if there's any copyright issues, but it's the Métis version of that. And so yeah, we were scouting before they were. Good point, Vice President. So it's all about making sure that young people have access to cultural skill building, getting back on the land, having those opportunities to learn about who they are and learn about our practices and way of life. And so the $2.5 million is going to help us kind of roll that program out to the locals across the province, and there'll be more information forthcoming in early budget 26-27. So after April 1st, the teams are just working on kind of the fine details of that.
President McCallum, then Minister Friesen, then we're breaking.
In the last, probably I would say 4 years, in regards to planning out a process, in regards to how we're going to deliver programs, by what we've been doing in Batoche with the Dumont Scouts building and the programs that we've delivered there every year now, that we've done that. Now we're starting to identify in regards to across the province, in regards to what's happening. We learn about the elders gathering. We learn about the harvesting camp. Northern Eastern Region 3 has started to do that. So centrally, a lot of people are very interested. That's why cooperation from the area directors, or I should say inclusion, to be included in a conversation in regards to how that program would look like. Maybe that's another area that we have to engage more in regards to what is important in your area. What's the activities that you want to do in your area? Not just rolling out a program from head office to be able to say, here's what's available, but we have to do something, because the area directors that are sitting around this table, which is our Métis Council, we're hearing from each other. We've actually participated in a lot of the events that are happening right across our province. So the more that we begin to understand and realize the importance of identity, culture, values, and language and traditions, what are those activities attached to that? And our young people are very excited to be able to participate in those programs. So I would urge more of you, the area directors, council members, in regards to what your thoughts are, and to be able to talk to the right ministry in regards to what ideas you may have, because there's still a lot of areas that we're not necessarily intentionally neglecting, but are not hearing. So the more communication that can happen, the better. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, President. Last comment from Minister Friesen, then we're taking a break.
Thank you, Chair. All great questions. And this is what I enjoy, is that collaborative effort when it comes to these discussions. To my knowledge, the Real Scouts was a vision. And it's always been a vision on our books. However, we haven't actualized it yet. And so we've been talking about design and what does that program look like? Who should be involved? Who's it for? What's it going to impact? These are all great questions. Now we're coming down to the delivery of the program. So that's what the funding is allocated to, is the delivery of the program.
Okay, thank you. Yes, and any money that comes to the work is always appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to take a break till 3, and then Youth President Heiser's first up. All right, welcome back. I'd like to also welcome back it's been a random number, but anywhere from 90 to 105 people that have been following online. So welcome to the conversation. Now we're going to go back to Echo for the continuation and final presentation on the budget. Then we'll read in the motion and have a bit more discussion and have a vote. So we'll flip it back to Echo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and welcome back, everyone. We are getting into the final stretch of our presentation. And this part is interesting, but it's full of details. And I just want to highlight that each of the sections or subsections of the slides that are going to be cycling through in the next little while is structured as that the lead slide demonstrates the budget allocated to each department. And you might see, various or multiple departments that are on one slide, but each of them is in their own column with their budget. And the lead slide in total is the ministry's total, or represents each ministry. And following that lead slide are the notes and highlights of each department. And there are a wealth of information included on those slides. They are, very helpful to read through to really understand how we allocated the budget and how much each ministries was spent on specific programs and so on. But just due to the sheer volume of how many slides are out there and the information that's also presented in the booklet and will be available to the public in the near future, we're not gonna read the slides one by one. We're going to cycling through them. And I want to thank my colleagues and all the ministers here for your contribution and collaborations to help us, develop the budget and really align our priorities with where the money goes. So, thank you. And I think once the slide cycling, all the slides are cycling through, the presentation will be concluded.
So while the slides are cycling, I'm going to read in the motion and then we'll move to the conversation for any further questions. So while the slides are cycling, I'll read in the motion and then we'll get into any further conversation. But we already had some great questions. So 2026-27 MNS operating budget. Whereas the Métis Nation-Saskatchewan MNS recognizes the distinctiveness of Métis identity, culture, values, and language, inclusive of knowledge keepers, Katayak, Le Vieux Monde, the old ones are elders, youth, women, and distinctive resources, which is incorporated into proposals and decisions of the Provincial Métis Council, PMC. Whereas the Métis Nation-Saskatchewan MNS adheres to established financial standards and accounting policies for all funds received on behalf of Métis citizens of Saskatchewan. Whereas the MNS government is committed to delivering on the commitments made to its funding partners and citizens. Whereas the MNS Finance Committee reviewed the draft MNS operating budget for 2026-2027 at its duly held meeting on February 12, 2026, and whereas the Finance Committee approved the draft MNS operating budget for 2026-2027 as presented and recommends it to the PMC for approval and to the Métis Nation Legislative Assembly for ratification. Therefore, be it resolved that the Provincial Métis Council approves the operating budget for 2026-2027 as presented, Annex A, and recommends it to the Métis Nation Legislative Assembly for ratification, dated this 23rd day of February, 2026, moved by Minister Mark Friesen, Eastern Region 3, seconded by Minister Brendan Morasti, Northern Region 3. Minister Friesen, still so move.
I so move.
Minister Morasti, still so second.
I still so second, Mr. Chair, with comments.
Okay, so we'll go to Minister Mirasti first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you again to all those that are online and joining us. As Métis people, strong governance begins from the ground up. It starts within each of us, with a grounded sense of identity, culture, values, and the strength of our languages and community voices. When we empower our inner beings and lift one another up at the grassroots level, we lay the foundation for governance that is authentic, resilient, and truly reflective of who we are as a people. Self-determination is realized when we grow, evolve, and govern ourselves according to our own laws, priorities, and collective vision. This is the future our first leader, Louis Riel, envisioned, a self-governing Métis nation rooted in our distinct identity and capable of shaping our own destiny. Today, with this budget, we carry that vision forward and work to make it a living reality. The work ahead is significant, and it is only just the beginning. But as minister, alongside my colleagues, I commit to doing this work with you and for you. Over the next 1 to 2 years, we expect to see historic changes take place as we advance towards a self-governing treaty, one that will flow direct, core governance supports to Métis communities, building upon the Métis distinct programs and services already in place. Together, we are building a future grounded in strength, unity, and self-government. Mr. Chair, colleagues, and citizens online, I am in favor and proudly second this motion to accept the budget.
Thank you, Mr. Mirasti. Minister Friesen, then Vice President Leclerc.
I just want to thank Minister Mirasti and ditto to what he said. Or say.
Ditto is noted. Vice President Leclerc.
Yeah, I just have a really quick question.
Sure.
Wondering, I guess, from the minister when this is going to be available to the MNLA members. And I'm assuming it won't be open to public consumption until after the MNLA passes it. I just want to know, because we've had these discussions and a lot of questions, and the MNLA are going to have a lot of questions. How soon are they going to get it before the MNLA?
Thank you.
Yep,
Sorry,
Minister
Chair,
Friesen.
may I?
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you, VP Leclerc, for the question. I think there's a number of avenues that we can discuss the draft budget with our Legislative Assembly members. Number one is the finance team is going out to each region, just trying to schedule a team to come together to talk about a number of things with regional councils, and including youth and women, about finance, whether it be the budget, whether it be policies, whether it be a number of things. How can they interact and be better informed and make informed decisions? So we want to provide them the necessary information. So that's number one. Number two is there's always opportunity to have a workshop on the budget prior to the Legislative Assembly. The draft budget, I'll defer to Matt to see when it can be made available to the legislature, and how soon we can workshop this budget with our colleagues on the MNLA.
Mr. Vermette. Oh, yes, Vice President Leclerc.
Sorry. Thank you for that, Minister. And I know that our community is going to be really happy to hear that. I know that one of the biggest things at the Legislative Assembly is always, why are we seeing it last minute? So it's excellent to hear that they're gonna see it and be able to discuss it beforehand. My only last comment is that I speak in favor of this motion.
Thank you, Vice President. Mr. Vermette.
Okay. Assuming that it gets passed today, we could, in theory, provide it in March and do the workshop in early April. Those dates would likely work.
Thank you. Secretary Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just want to thank everybody for participating. I thought we had some really great questions here today. And I do agree with Minister Morasti in regards to decisions making from ground up, and the communities, the locals and the regions are going to be very happy with the additional dollars. So I wanted to say thanks for that. One of the things that I do want to question, seeing that we are really working at trying to get things in line, I really appreciate that we work towards getting this passed, with the at the MNLA in line with the Constitution. So the budget passed before. So somehow we work towards that. That was mentioned here. I'm sure it's going to take time, but eventually we will get there. I think that's it's here. It's a seed that's been really planted today. So I think that eventually it will happen. One of the things that I would like to also ask, seeing we're talking about it, alignments here, is I really do appreciate the hard work that has gone out with the school divisions. But I'm also just wondering, the dollars are coming. Is there somehow some way that we could relook at how the partnership is with the school division, where we get more of the acknowledgement from the regions, like the money goes to the regions and they go to the school divisions? It's just so I'm just asking. Um, and that's okay. Yeah, no, but I don't know the process, so that's why I'm asking the process. It's just because I know in the north, we don't get, like, we're doing a lot of great work, and we hear people say that all the time. Um, but there are times when, like, the school boards are getting the dollars, and we didn't know about how the process worked. If we hadn't known, like, just so that we get the acknowledgement that, we get some acknowledgement at the local level that the money just doesn't, land in their bank account and it's coming from the s- the head office, but it's all the Métis throughout the province, and it's the regions. So just to connect, it's so important we connect as individuals, as Métis, like with the province, the regions, and the locals. Um, One of my other questions was mentioned earlier, Minister Friesen, in regards to, and I know I've been always bringing the same issue up in regards to process and communications. I asked earlier, and I kind of had an idea that this, because of the time frame, that this information maybe didn't reach the two regions that are not sitting at the table. But is the information being sent out? Because you mentioned that they could call you and ask questions, but if they don't have the information, then they can't ask the questions, right? So could we make sure that they are receiving the information? Because I noticed on the emails that they aren't on the emails either. So if we could just make sure we keep them in the loop, that would be great. And I do support the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Minister Fullerton. Then did you want to go? Okay. Microphone, please.
Gosh, I am so sorry. I'm just saying, I thank the minister for offering the workshops to the regions. I know Western Region 2A will, be taking advantage of that workshop, coming out and talking with us. I do want to just make a friendly suggestion to my colleagues, because this budget is so important, and we are, coming along, and there's really great things in here, and we're talking about, this is quite big. I would like to put a recommendation out to the president and colleagues that in March we host a virtual special MNLA specific just to the budget, a one agenda light item. that would allow us to have, space for the other business that I know we need to focus on at the April MNLA. So that is just a friendly suggestion. I'll leave it here, but I think that would be helpful to get through this and do it in a good way. Thank you.
Thank you, just for the record, the MNLA is scheduled for third week of May. So it's May, not April. President McCallum, then Minister Morasti.
I just want to thank the minister and the finance committee in regards to the great work and the cooperation from all to be able to ask the right questions and to be able to get the answers that we deserve to be able to hear and the processes. Your question, Madam Secretary, in regards to school divisions. I've attended a few meetings in the Northern Light School Division. As you well know, in the past 6 years that we've been here, we had very limited funds to be able to support our school divisions, North, Central, and South. But it did make a difference in regards to the schools that I know of, in regards to a few dollars that they did get regarding language. But it's very limited. It might sound as if it's a big, huge bunch of money, but it's not really. So we have a lot of work that we need to do and complement the systems that are in place. Like the school divisions have done quite a bit of work with our children, our grandchildren regarding Métis students right across our province. So as much as we can, we have to let them know that we care, and that's the dollars that are going there. It's just a matter of we refine tuning or maybe adjusting certain things that we have to do in the future, especially with treaties so close, and those will be taken into consideration. Ongoing conversations would allow us to be able to grow our departments in regards to what's coming down the pipe, so to speak, in regards to the limitations we do have at this time. But we're making every effort to be able to support North, Central, and South in regards to our young people that are going to school. So with that, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, President. Minister Morasti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And in response to our colleague here, Minister Fullerton and her region, we have heard you. We are making some changes for the coming years so that the MNLAs align with the fiscal responsibility of our council and our legislative assembly. Unfortunately, this year our dates are set in stone, but not to say our teams will commit to workshopping virtually with you and so on and so forth. So we will make corrective action, but it'll come into play next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Any other questions before we have a vote? Questions called. Okay, seeing none, we're going to have a vote. So it's by hand here and online. I'll need you to raise your hand or verbally vote. So all in favor of passing this budget? Okay, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Thank you, Leonard. 12, 13. Interim President Langen. Interim President Langen. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, so is Billy around there too? Okay, so 13 in favor and 2 people did not vote. Yeah. Okay, okay. Interim President Langen, are you available?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Billy's not online, so I know he was. If he's not online, he's not in the meeting. So it doesn't. If he's not online, he's not in the meeting. So the budget passed unanimously. All right. Next order on the agenda. Yeah, Leonard said yes. Yeah, Leonard said yes. All right.
Any more Brennan's on, I vote against opposite of him.
All right, folks. Next item on the agenda, our last motion for the day before we get into some financial forecasting. So it's item number 9. Gabrielle Dumont Institute Board of Governors appointment for Eastern Region 2. Whereas the Métis Nation-Saskatchewan, MNS, recognizes the distinctiveness of Métis identity, culture, values, and language, inclusive of knowledge keepers, Katayak, Le Vieux Monde, the old ones or elders, youth, women, and distinctive resources, which is incorporated into proposals and decisions of the Provincial Métis Council, PMC. Atta girl. Whereas Article 5.353, of the Constitution of the Métis Nation Saskatchewan states, the Regional Council shall have the responsibility of making all appointments to the institutions and affiliates at the regional and provincial levels. And whereas Eastern Region 2, at their duly held meeting on January 31, 2026, recommended that Amanda Keller-Jack be appointed to the Gabrielle Dumont Institute, GDI, Board of Governors as the Eastern Region 2 representative. Therefore be it resolved that the Provincial Métis Council ratify the appointment of Amanda Keller-Jack to the GDI Board of Governors as the Eastern Region 2 representative for a term of 3 years, commencing February 23, 2026. Dated this 23rd day of February 2026, moved by Minister Laura Burnoff, Northern Region 1, seconded by President Glenn McCallum. Minister Burnoff, still so move.
I still so move.
Thank you. President McCallum, still so second.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Minister Burnoff, did you want to speak to that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support this. I trust that they have taken a look at all her credentials and they're online as well. So she's a good candidate to go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you, Minister. Secretary Hansen.
I wasn't going to ask the question until you said I trust. Is there in-term policy or something that they have to, criteria that they have to follow? And do you receive that at the GDI? So when it gets here, we're fully confident that this person is.
Yes, Secretary Hansen.
Is your mic on? Okay, thank you.
It goes through a grueling process. Takes about 3 months. So they apply with all their criminal record checks and recommendations, and they have to be supported by their local plus their regional council. All the locals within their regional council all have to agree. Yeah, and it has to be moved.
Okay, thank you. I just want to be clear with that. Thanks.
And I believe the provincial government also has to approve. Yeah. Sorry, Treasurer Denemy.
I support this resolution and I call question.
All in favor, please raise your hand. I didn't have my mic on. And online, if we could have Billy and Darlene and Marilyn vote. Marilyn, thank you.
Leonard, you forgot Leonard.
Yeah, sorry, Leonard. You didn't like. Yeah, are you gonna? He was in favor, Leonard. Just for the record.
I'm with you, Leonard, our minister.
Thank God. Okay, I'm good. Yeah.
I'm sorry. They can know I didn't have my mic on. Interim President Langen.
Yes, I'm in favor.
Thank you. So unanimously, congratulations to Miss Jack. All right, good work there. Now it's finance update. Back to finance. Minister Friesen and Echo will be presenting the Q3 variance analysis. Minister Friesen.
Thank you, Chair. Given that we have had a fulsome discussion on budget, and that took a little longer than expected, and I know that Echo is like willing and waiting to present the Q3 variance analysis, I'm requesting that this item be tabled until next meeting.
There's, sorry, yeah, seconded by, yeah.
Point of order, we're just looking at the agenda and looking at the package we received. There's actually two GDI.
There's a new agenda. That's the old agenda. Yeah, and that one was removed because there's a process issue in naming the candidate. So the region is going back and doing it again. So there's a problem with the notice. Sorry, problem with the notice of the meeting. Okay, so that's been passed. And since this last item has been tabled, that means that our agenda for the day is finished. We do have an in-camera that we're going to do tomorrow morning. So with that being said, we're not going to close the meeting, but can we adjourn until we come in camera? Recess. Language matters. Could I have a motion for a recess? Mr. Friesen, seconded by Treasurer Denemy. All in favor of a recess till tomorrow morning's in camera. Online, Leonard and Marilyn and Ms. Langan.
In favor.
Okay. Well, I want to congratulate you folks on the hard work you got done today, and that passed unanimously. So we're on recess until our in-camera meeting that starts tomorrow morning at 9 sharp.
Mike Leonard, 9 sharp.
Pardon me, Dorothy? Yeah. And we'll reconvene after our recess tomorrow morning at 9. Thank you.